Hey, so the chat doesn't look horrible at least. I'm gonna try and change the color in the future, but going alright. I'm going to pick back up on the quests I left off on last time. But then in the future I don't think I'm going to stream this super consistently. But I might still stream this on occasion. Hopefully it loads. But yeah, this isn't something I want to put a ton of effort into streaming like daily or anything like that, so I'm gonna mostly play it off stream, I think. The loading just go backwards? The hell? Oh my god, we've got gameplay.
Oh? What are you doing here? Though I was just wondering if you would happen to follow me.
I want to know more about the Animo god.
You speak of the god of Animo, Barbados? He already disappeared from Mondstadt a long time ago. Liyue and Inazuma's respective gods of Geo and Electro are still present, but Mondstadt has seen many a moon since they last saw their own god. Why do you wish to know about the god of Animo? Does it have something to do with Dvalin?
Oh, I gotta mute that Discord tab.
Oh, it's because gods,
Yes, someone told me about Dvalin's past.
Just how is it that everyone sees Storm Terror? I'm quite curious. That said, there's no need to rush. I have not been back in a while. It seems there are a few who are unhappy with my arrival.
the wind can't open my eyes. What is a creature like that doing out here in such a calm place? You think it was going after that green guy?
Oh, I think I have the volume turned down too.
His relationship with the wind seems even deeper than yours.
Seems the dragon wasn't the only thing affected by this change in the wind. Now then, you were saying someone had told you about the dragon? Is that so? Quite the scholar, I must say that, Lisa. She's not wrong. The conflict has reached this point only because both sides have resorted to the use of force. His hate, however, did not arise from the people not making tribute to the Four Winds. Nor was it born from his own nature, but instead came about as a product of his degradation.
Degradation?
The black blood flowing through his heart has been torturing him for years. That's what has allowed him to be led astray by the lies of the Abyss Mage.
Abyss Mage, never heard such a name.
They are from the Abyss Order, an organization comprised of non-human beings. They despise mankind. I don't know where they come from. All I know is that they hold deep hatred toward the human world. Many hilly trolls out in the wild take orders from them and act as their weapons. Before arriving here, I too was like Dvalin, cursed and left to waste. But now, before us stands the symbol of Mondstadt's hero, the place from which Mondstadt rose. The wind amongst the branches is good. I love the way it smells. Being here with you beneath this great tree feels like when the tear was purified earlier. Like the poison is leaving my body. Feels much better.
So, how exactly did you get poisoned?
That would be because I tried to communicate with Dvalin earlier, but was interrupted. As a result, not only did I not manage to help Dvalin break his curse, but instead was also infected myself.
Think that was, me?
Yes, it was you. So to make up for it, you're coming with me to the cathedral.
The Mondstadt Cathedral? To do what exactly?
To claim a certain holy lyre de Himmel.
There we go. I assume this is where I'm going.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. I am sorry, but... Ad Astra Abyssosk. Well...
Damn, some eggs would be nice.
All I can think about is Diluc.
Don't really care about the trying new characters thing.
Take your pick. You'll find no second rate.
Oh no, what have I done? Whatever, just exit. Alright, so I have daily commissions, and these are new. Get a little bit of experience. Then I'm trying to find Here we go. Last time I was playing, I saw... That doesn't look right. Yeah, no, I want this one. Last time I saw something that told me what I need to do to unlock co-op, but I don't see that now. Unlock new gameplay mode or function. Let me try that real quick.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer in your
Greetings, I am Timaeus, researcher of alchemy. Welcome to Mondstadt.
Alchemy?
Alchemy is a craft that has been passed down since ancient times, but it is barely understood in the present. Its mechanisms are magical and mysterious, completely unlike the principles that shape our understanding of the physical world. If we can get the hang of this, we should be able to create some pretty awesome stuff.
This must be your alchemist's workbench.
That's right. Why not give it a go yourself?
I'm afraid I'll blow something up.
You'll be fine.
On
The
purpose.
procedure's actually very simple. If you're interested, I could show you the basics.
Oh god. Anyway.
Cool.
All we are really doing is following the methods of the ancients as best we can. Much as one who uses a wind glider needs not understand how it was built in order to glide. The difference with alchemy is that every time I think I finally understand how it's supposed to work, something totally unexpected happens.
Can you conjure up a new Paimon using alchemy?
Hey, you shall have no other Paimon before this Paimon.
Unfortunately, my skills are not that advanced. There's a lot of other mysterious recipes I have to research first. Over the course of your adventures, you should come across some alchemist notes from ancient civilizations. And as your adventure rank increases, more recipes will become available to you.
Well, the next time you hear from me, I'll be a Paimon conjuring alchemy wizard.
Why are you so obsessed with other Paimons? Do I no longer satisfy your primordial needs?
Paimonial needs.
You two are a fascinating pair, I must say. Well, see you next time. May the wind bring you good fortune on your path ahead.
Does that do anything for me? Maybe the guild told me about it?
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
Oh shit. Why can't I join any? This sounds like some kind of Dark Souls thing. I don't get it. I don't know what a Serenity pot is. Oh, Serenity pot. What did I do? Oh, cool, cool. Someone just added me to their world, so it looks like it works.
When you're high up, every haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
I don't... They invited me to an empty world? Oh, no, there they are. And it says I press F2 to leave. harass this guy.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer in your
I don't want to add to Anther's troubles. You're also...
I guess we can help each other with shit, but not main quest. And try and do my daily quest in this guy's world.
No one escapes my sights!
Windblade! Swift and merciful!
Guy's fucking strong.
Submit for judgment! One.
Go, go, Baron Bunny! Let it rain! That's cheating!
Spirit Blade. Attack. One. Ah! That.
No, I was muted, son of a bitch. Did you post your code anywhere? Wind Whale Highland. I don't see a wind whale. I gotcha. Brutal.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Maybe I just can't do this one while I'm in two-player mode. I can look the location up later. I'm just gonna chill for now. Maybe go see if it'll let me do this quest. Nope, nope, can't do the quest. What can I do? Here we go. Be right back.
You.
What awful luck. These Knights of Favonius are really... something wrong? Humph. These Knights of Favonius have no sense of efficiency at all. They said that there were monsters ahead and wouldn't let me pass. But even now, I still haven't received anything more concrete from them. What an unreliable lot. I still have so many matters to attend to. Do they have any idea how much money they're costing me? Still, well, you look like an adventurer, don't you? How about this? Would you be willing to do a little something for me? I'll pay you. Leave it to me. Wonderful. I love straightforward people. You will be well rewarded once the deed is done, I guarantee it. Perhaps my eyes deceive me, but the hilichurls around Mondstadt seem to have grown more numerous. Who knows what these so-called knights are doing all day? If you've agreed to aid me, then you can drive them off for me. Yet you are only one person. Forget it. Pick one of these areas to clean out for yourself. Peak, side, or foot of the mountain. It's all hilichurls no matter where you go, so there's no difference. Now go and don't waste my time. Foot of the mountains, I don't want to climb. One minute? So have you done as I asked? That's a wrap. Dragging your feet, just like the Knights of Favonius. I gave you a minute. Did you forget, or did you just not listen in the first place? 1,000 more it is. Do with it what you will. Yeah, you're kind of an asshole. Whatever. haven't gotten what I'm doing with Daggerfall figured out yet, but I should be able to start that pretty soon. I'm thinking I'm going to start the game in the DOS version, then go to my modded version on Daggerfall Unity, just see how it goes. I think this guy's been gone for more than 10 minutes. I'm probably about to leave his world. This is fucked. Yeah, I can't even hurt these guys. Never mind. Sorry for bothering y'all. Oh, I'm gonna get my rewards first.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Thank you for completing today's commit. Ad Astra Abyssosk.
It's been getting quite busy recently.
Holy Lyre de Hamel is...
One of the most treasured items in Mondstadt. It's the lyre that Barbados used to play. With it, perhaps I can help Dvalin draw his gentle nature back out of this nightmare he's going through.
Will it really stop Storm Terror from causing more damage?
Of course! I'm the best bard in the world. There's not a single song I do not know, no matter if it's from the past, present, or future. Look me in the eyes. Do you not find me trustworthy?
Just what is that in your eyes? Look into my eyes. What are you hiding?
So how can we get the Holy Lyre?
It's said that it's enshrined deep within the cathedral, somewhere safe. I'll go take a look around. You can come if you want.
Okay.
I won't order just yet.
Let me handle this. Hello there, sister!
May the Animo God bless you, young bard. How can I help you?
Actually, I know a secret that can save Mondstadt from its current predicament.
Oh, what a blessing from the god of Animo! But you should report that to the Knights of Favonius. Why have you come to me?
Because you, dear sister, are able to help. I'd like to borrow the Holy Lyre. With it, I'll be able to help Storm Terror.
Please see yourselves out.
What?
It's a vicious dragon indeed, but once the acting Grand Master makes up her mind, nothing can stand in the Knight's way.
That's simply not acceptable. Wouldn't Storm Terror end up getting killed that way?
That foolish beast betrayed the winds. Not even the god of Animo themselves would forgive it.
Please, I beg of you.
I'm afraid not, little bard. Strange. Somehow I feel so bad rejecting this sweet child.
Then, I guess I'm left with no other choice. I cannot hide anymore. My disciples, rejoice! Behold, the god of Animo, Barbados, has descended. Shocked, aren't you? Don't you just want to cry out and rejoice? How does it feel to finally meet the god you've been serving?
If there's nothing else, I'll be going back to handle the cathedral's paperwork now.
Oh,
Mm.
wait! Huh? She didn't even bat an eyelid. But I have at least learned what I wanted to know. She didn't deny that the cathedral is enshrining the Holy Lyre. Now, since you're the hotshot of the Knights of Favonius, maybe you can give it a shot.
Sure.
Barbados bless you. I know you. You and Amber saved Mondstadt that day. So what brings you here? Tasks from the acting Grand Master?
Yeah. The Knights of Favonius would like to borrow the Holy Lyre.
Is that so? Not that I don't trust you. It's just that a suspicious bard came looking to borrow the Holy Lyre as well. He's full of nonsense and even called himself Barbados. He must be up to something. There are regulations in place for the use of the Holy Lyre. Currently, it's only used in Ludi Harpastum. Signed documents from the Grand Master, Seneschal, and Community Representative are all required. So, may I see the document from the Knights of Favonius?
Paimon aided on our way here.
Hey!
A signed document is required. Without it, there's not much I can do. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really am quite busy as of late.
Paperwork.
It didn't work. I knew it.
You knew it?
I just wanted to know how influential the hotshot of the Knights of Favonius is. You see, The best warrior should always be presented with the best sword. And yet here we are. Does the story not make for a fitting ballad?
So what are you trying to say? That we're not good enough?
No, that's not it. More of a commentary regarding Mondstadt's inability to see the warrior standing right before its very eyes. Very well. Looks like borrowing it is not going to be possible. We're simply going to have to steal it.
Oh hell yeah, fuck paperwork.
Today we stand for free will. Any suggestions on just how we steal it?
Guns a-blazing.
Come now, speak up. That's what free will is for.
I don't want to steal anything, I wouldn't say that.
Look at you, sidetracked from the start. But seriously, you're more suitable for the job than I. Aside from singing, I don't really have any other talents. Besides, if I was caught, I'd have no one to right the grave injustice of my arrest.
How can it be a grave injustice if you got caught stealing red-handed?
But things are different for you. You are the superstar of the Knights of Favonius. You have made contributions to Mondstadt. Should you get caught, you would easily be able to talk your way out of it. The guards here, it seems they're off duty throughout the night. If we manage to seize this opportunity, it should be smooth sailing from here.
Stop mentioning us getting caught!
What do you say?
I'm sorry, wait, did you say you're Barbatos?
Yes. Seems I did mention that. Your point being?
If you really are a god, then we can't simply abandon you.
Why does your decision hinge upon whether or not I am a god?
Don't know. Don't know why I said any of that.
Paimon will fill you in on her background story when we get the time.
Her? Pretty sure I'm a dude. If you're not a god, then I'll help Dvalin anyway.
Huh?
I don't want to see another separation. What does that mean? I will bring you the Holy Lyre de Himmel. Ah, I can advance time of day now. Oh, that's cute. A little clock. I feel like it's nighttime. Yep. What do I do now? Certain parts of the story I'm actually liking with this. I kinda just want to fly over there? Is that... Can I do that? Nope. Stealth mission. Can't jump. Give me that.
Who are you? She disappeared!
Now I'm in trouble.
Freeze! What are you doing here?
No, run!
Mhm.
Oh no! We're busted! Run!
What? Follow me.
Master D-Luke, this is this week's accounts.
The disaster has greatly affected business.
Well, let's hope it all ends soon.
Hi! We'd like a seat at your, least conspicuous table.
The second floor has fewer customers. You'd be less conspicuous up there. But aren't you a bard? Why not sit front and center?
Let's save the paid performance for next time. We'll be heading up now. See you in a bit.
Hey, keep an eye on them. There's something strange about that bard. I'll go ask around.
Ask who exactly?
The protectors of Mondstadt.
Master D-Luke, have you seen two thieves around?
What happened? Why have you mobilized so many guards?
Haven't you heard, Master D-Luke? Two thieves are trying to steal the Holy Lyre.
Huh? How odd.
Isn't it? The Holy Lyre is a treasure that was played by the god of animal themselves. Such a precious piece of cultural heritage.
Why would one want to steal something they can't sell off? Would pay better to steal from my sellers.
Huh?
Sorry, off topic. Believe they headed that way.
Understood. Thank you, Master D-Luke.
Oh, he's covering for us.
Today, I think I'll have a glass of
You can put down that bottle you stole from behind the counter.
something cold.
Right. I want answers.
Let me finish my drink first. I'll pay you. Well, with a performance.
It's not about money. You seem too young to be drinking.
No need to worry. When I started drinking, you were still...
How about answering my question first? I don't know.
Huh, you want to ask, who's this? Am I right? He is Master D-Luke, the boss of... the owner of this tavern. He's very famous. By the way, his dandelion wine is one of my favorites. Although most of the time I can only afford a bottle or two.
I just heard about some thieves from the guards. For the record, I like your guts for trying to steal the Holy Lyre de Hamel, even if you are fools. But we don't often get to see people like you.
It wasn't us that stole it. The real thief is still out there.
This is the hotshot of the Knights of Favonius. Why would someone so aspiring steal Mondstadt's sacred treasure?
Because you said so.
Hotshot? Oh, so it's you. So, you and the bard are close friends?
We're not close, actually.
Well, despite only being a passing traveler, you still offered your help to Mondstadt in its time of need. A shame you joined the Knights. The Knights of Favonius. Inefficient right from beginning to end. And towards the Fatui, weak and conservative. Forget it. I don't feel like talking about it.
Sounds like you need to, buddy.
Seems you don't really like the Knights of Favonius.
Just differences in approach is all. I have my own hopes for this city. Now, answers. Why did you steal the Holy Lyre?
You sure you want to know? It could implicate you in the affairs of the Knights of Favonius.
That's fine. I somehow always end up implicated in their affairs.
If I tell you the story with a performance, will you believe me?
It depends. I'll make my own judgment.
Then will I get paid?
Your reward will range from anywhere between 5 mora and the Holy Lyre. It all depends on your story.
Well, you got the lyre?
Very well. Let me put on a show.
Story I want to tell starts at the Sky Dragon heeding his grave calls. Brutal battle with the wicked dragon ingested venomous blood and fell into slumber only to awake expelled and
What did I just witness?
Nothing, I don't think.
This is confidential information. Why did you let me know?
Why? Perhaps the winds are changing. What say you, Master D-Luke?
Interesting. Give me some time. I'll organize some contacts. Outlander, as one of the knights, it seems you're not a suspect. Blonde is the only description on the wanted poster. You should be safe. As for the bard, however, it'd be better if you stayed in the tavern.
No problem. I like taverns.
Okay. Let's meet here tonight after the tavern closes.
No, do I want to keep doing this? The music isn't as good now. No, at least do a couple more parts of this quest. It's interesting, I just think it seems like I need to do more story quests. These are story quests. And this is an Archon quest. I have no idea what the difference is, but just keep doing this. When did the game change my gender? Oh yeah. Alright, I'll be right back. Hey, hello. I'm back. I was taking a smoke break. I'm too lazy to do the BRB thing. At least the music's good here. It's such a cool little clock thing.
You're here.
Wait, you're...
Weebles? Why is the acting Grandmaster here?
Well, first of all, I contacted more than one person. Secondly, she came here as Jean herself, not as the acting Grandmaster. A Jean you would never see, even as an honorary knight.
What a surprise. I heard about the Holy Liar, but I never suspected it was you. So, the sound of the Holy Liar can purify Storm Terror and return it to normal? Is that true?
That's right. Your honorary knight is putting themselves on the front line to try and resolve this Storm Terror issue. Now that's the hotshot of the Knights of Favonius I'm talking about.
Feels like we're breaking the law, though.
I need a bard to just hype me up like that.
I understand this kind of absurd explanation is hard to believe. But we can ask the bard to play the song again to try and persuade...
I believe you.
to persuade our stubborn command... Wait, what?
I can't think of any reason for Dvalin's betrayal, given it was once one of the Four Winds. However, if it was poisoned in the battle over Mondstadt all those years ago, and then corrupted by the Abyss Mage after it woke up, we can't really blame it. But as acting Grandmaster, I obviously cannot make such a statement publicly. Diplomatic pressure from the Fatui makes it hard for us to seek a peaceful resolution to the Storm Terror issue. People would think I've lost grip on the gravity of the situation. That's why I can only do this in private.
That's one of the reasons I don't like the Knights of Favonius. What surprises me is that you would believe in Outlanders so easily.
Nah, I gotta get a jacket. I'm cold. There we go.
My cautious and meticulous superior. Even you trust him, don't you, sir?
I already told you not to call me sir. Never mind. We don't often get to work together after all.
Sir.
Wow, this is really awkward.
I have a rough idea of where the Holy Liar de Himmel is.
Nice recovery. She's really talented at changing the subject.
The conflict between Mondstadt and Snezhnaya stems from the conflict between the Seven Nations and their respective gods. The cryo-gods Fatui seem to be after the Animo god's power.
So are they going to take over the defense of Mondstadt? Or they want to kill Dvalin?
Right. If the Knights of Favonius publicly prevented an attempt on Dvalin's head, then the only other way to affect the Animo God's power is to take the Holy Lyre.
The number of Fatui that have come to Mondstadt is far from limited. I've already managed to coerce a few reports out of them.
Diluc has determined that the Holy Lyre is not being held in the Goth Grand Hotel. I imagine they don't want to leave something stolen in a place where it could be so easily found.
Paimon gets it. If too much of a scene gets made, then it becomes a big diplomatic issue.
Such is the diplomacy between the Seven Nations. Outlander, ready to go?
Let's go.
Jean just said the Fatui are trying to take Dvalin's power for the Cryo God. I fear this might fall short of their true intentions. I think they intend to use Barbados' connection to the wind to draw him out. Just like Lisa traced the source of the storm to the temples.
The god of Animo? Hasn't been seen for more than 1,000 years. What makes you think that's their intention?
Oh...
Huh? Forget it. I don't like having to pry. Here, take this.
What is it?
A disguise to protect your identity. Put it on before you run into the Fatui. Unfortunately, there's still one of Mondstadt's allies. At least that's the facade we're maintaining. Our actions are going to get them stirred up. Better to not implicate yourself on a personal level.
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
You still here, Cole? Am I talking? Yeah. New chat system I have makes me worried it's not working. Seems like it is, though. What element is that? Recommended party level 17. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Don't care. Yeah, I got the big old sword. Should have healed up before I came in here. Lizard, wizard. I forgot what I was gonna ask him anyways. This guy looks friendly.
No! Don't eat me! You're human? The entire floor's defenses have been broken. I thought it was the Abyss Order attacking.
We have come for your life. No, we've come for the strange instrument.
How did you guys know the liar's here? The place it's being kept is locked up tight. If you're after the key, keep going further into the ruins, but don't come after me.
Alright, deal.
I don't know which one of the guards has it, but I'm sure you can find the guards and find out for yourselves.
This guy looks like he's about to wet himself.
You just worry about yourselves. One of the 11 is already in Mondstadt. Signora, when she gets her hands on you, she's gonna string you up and torture you. When that time comes, don't you dare say a word about me.
Did he say Signora? What a strange name.
Number 8 of the 11 goes by the name Signora. The fact that the Fatui can run amok across the 7 nations like they do is entirely because of the 11. We need to act quickly before she gets wind of what's going on.
Who are you? How'd you get in here?
We are goodwill ambassadors from the Snezhno-Mondstadtian Association.
Never heard of that association before. What are you doing here?
Borrow
That
the
was
lyre?
way too obvious. You really... And just how do you plan to borrow it?
By force. I have an apple.
Think you can look down your nose at me, huh? The will of Snezhnaya is as solid as the permafrost. I will not yield.
Did I fuck it up?
Here to play with me. The more, the merrier.
Windblade!
Blink! Let me amuse myself a little. The merrier. Blink! You know how to get me going.
Ow, stop it.
I'll race you there. Let me amuse myself a little. Might amuse me. Look at me. He says the key isn't here. Shall we try another room? key. Time to move on to another room. Seems like we've turned this room inside out, but no key. Time to move on to another room. There's one room left that we haven't tried. Surely the key must be in there.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Give up. No one's coming to rescue you.
Did you already beat all the other guards?
I kicked their sneznian butts.
What?
I dealt with him already.
Fine. All right. You're free to go. I have the key here. You can head in from the hall outside, but don't tell anyone that it was me who gave you the key.
No problem.
Scurry out from. Signora's not going to tolerate this kind of interference in our affairs. So I'll be the one to take care of you. Save her the trouble of having to deal with you herself. Dodge this!
Oh, he's invisible.
Prepare yourself.
Is this my disguise? Dear God.
Leaving so soon. No escape. Prepare yourself. Leaving so soon. Leaving so soon. Can't run from death.
Finally, the liar is back in safe hands. Where did that guy go, though? He was here a second ago.
Senora is going to end you. The songs bards sing of your demise will be so terrifying. The people of Mondstadt will never sleep again for the nightmares they give them.
Big talk for a guy who still ran off in the end. Chicken.
Quest goal in Mondstadt. No, I'll turn this quest in, because I might continue the quest line off stream. I'll go here to heal. Oh shit, I guess I don't have to do the story for this. I guess I should just do it and see what happens. Don't care. No idea what that does.
Welcome back. This is the Holy Lyre. You managed to retrieve it. The pattern of flowing wind carved on the rosewood, and the strings still feel cool to the touch, too. The memories.
What do you think, Venti? Can you summon Dvalin?
Although this lyre is the real thing, I doubt that it's going to work. As you can see, the lyre has been through 1,000 years of history. Its animal power has run dry. In this condition, you couldn't play music fit for even Diluc's tavern with it.
Bards fight to get on the stage of my tavern. Don't make assumptions.
Is that really important right now, Master Diluc? And you! Did you just borrow the Holy Lyre to play music for drunkards to hear?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Anyway, we won't be able to call Dvalin with it. The lyre itself is fine, but the strings... You're up, Outlander.
I don't know how to fix instruments.
Relax, it's not broken. It's just that the intensity of its animo power has greatly diminished. Do you still have Dvalin's teardrop crystal with you? Great! Try to use it on the Holy Lyre.
Let me give it a try. Oh, okay. It's a fucking menu. Great, thank you. Thank you.
It worked as expected.
This youthful glow.
Praising yourself? Really?
I was talking about the Holy Lyre.
Thanks to our traveler friend having purified the crystal, the Holy Lyre won't continue to lose power. That said, its power is far from replenished. It'd be great if we could get more tears.
Alright, how do we do that? How can we make Dvalin cry? By hitting him?
I can surmise that Dvalin will already be crying, suffering alone in some deserted place.
Dvalin.
So do we not get to hit him?
Poor baby.
This is not something that an honorary knight can accomplish alone. I will mobilize the rest of the knights to assist. When you get the teardrop crystal, please let our honorary knight perform the purification process.
Leave it to me.
Heroes supporting each other and setting out on a journey together. How exciting! Let me come up with a song for you.
Is that all you're going to do? Just sing?
Wouldn't be much of a bard if I didn't, now would I?
You're so cheeky. You deserve an ugly nickname. Oh, Paimon knows. From now on, you'll be known as Tone Deaf Bard.
It's just the end of the mission.
Search reminds me of a feud I once had with the Fatui. 6 months ago, a thief stole treasure from the East Temple of the Four Winds.
Whoa, what was it? A cup used by Barbados?
No. Although if such a thing existed, it would be very valuable. Among all the relics they managed to dig up, one particular object was very rare. It was a vial which contained the Animo God's breath.
Relics come in every shape and form, huh?
Anyone with an eye for fine art would like to add this relic to their collection. Once word got out, the Fatui started trying to seek it out as well. They've made tons of counterfeits that can be found everywhere. In response, I just bought everyone I could find, irrespective of its authenticity. We're still at it now. I've bought more than 2,000 fakes to date, and the Fatui are yet to find the real one.
Whoa, you guys are insane. So it means the real one must be out there somewhere on the black market, right? Paimon will give you a discount on them if she finds any, because Paimon's just great like that.
Can't give up. Sure, you can try to find the real one. I'll take what you find, even if they're fake. Once you're done, find me at the winery. I'll trade you a beer for every 20 you find.
20 what? This seems like the story quest rather than these other ones. I don't know though. Anyone in chat have an opinion on combat or quests? If not, I think I'm just gonna do this glider bullshit. Is that bar sounds in the background? It's kind of cool. Whoa, it rains.
You're here. Did you have a good read-through of the gliding manual? Got all the rules down?
Of course.
Sounds like it was a real drag. I would know. I've been there. Ugh, the gliding manual is super dry. I couldn't get into it at all. Don't tell Jean, though.
Really? Paimon thought there were some pretty cool stories in the gliding manual.
Cool stories? Oh, you must mean the example cases in the appendix. Some of them I like. My favorite one is about the illegal Animo Slime takeoff. Apparently, if you pop an Animo Slime and take off in the burst of wind, it shoots you up really, really high. I really want to try it.
Huh, that sounds handy. Can you, like, demonstrate that real quick so I don't completely forget? Never use it ever?
Story. Paimon meant the one with the little bird who wanted to learn to fly.
What? Let me take a look. Oh, shoot. This is the storybook I used to read as a kid. Oops, sorry. I put both books in the same pile and must have grabbed the wrong one when I was leaving.
How in the heck do you confuse a bedtime story with an instruction manual?
Fair question.
This is so embarrassing. It's because, maybe deep down inside, that fairy tale is the thing that truly taught me how to glide. What you lacked was not wind. It's courage that's allowed you to become the first flying birds of this world. Reading that gave me the courage to glide, to become an outrider, and to become the gliding champion of Mondstadt. But anyway, let's get back to the exam. Don't be nervous. Just glide like you're used to. Okay then, you just need to follow the marked route to the finish.
I'm ready.
nailed it! But it's no surprise, given the way you handle your glider in a storm. The next part of the exam is in Mondstadt. See you there. Don't keep me waiting. Alrighty then. You heard her. Back to the city. Let's not keep her waiting.
I ain't walking. God damn it, I opened a YouTube video. Stop it.
Hello and welcome to the...
Have you heard? One of our strongholds?
Hey, here! Oh, I'm all set up. Let's carry on with the exam. Same deal as before. Glide through the markers and get to the finish without stopping in the middle. Seems like you easy.
You've flown this way before anyway.
Once you've passed this final stage, you'll finally be able to get your very own gliding license. Just keep thinking about that license. Ready?
Is this an answer from this world?
Oh my god, I want to get to that teleporter. Oh no, let me out. Come on.
A reward on the road.
Radiant spin crystal.
Try to stay calm. You need to be You can do it. Your gliding license is within your grasp.
Windborne Traveler, you are required to land at once by the order of the Knights of Favonius. I am Otto of the Knights of Favonius.
What's going on?
Please, show me your gliding license.
You got eaten by Baron Bunny.
It is against the law to glide without a license. I am arresting you under Section 7, Article 12 of the Mondstadt Penal Code.
I'm like, fucking cut you.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will forever carry on the wind.
Wait, I'm an instructor. This is a gliding exam.
Oh, I see. Well, you picked a bad time to hold your gliding exam.
This guy's voice. Well, you picked a bad time to hold your gliding.
Really? Why?
The Knights of Favonius received a report from a sister at the cathedral, claiming she saw Raptor gliding around these parts. I thought your student here must have been his partner in crime.
Raptor? Who's that?
A known criminal in Mondstadt. He always uses a wind glider to commit his crimes, so people started calling him Raptor.
Wow, he flies fast then.
So far, we haven't managed to catch him. Our plan this time was to draw him into the cathedral with a precious artifact and ambush him inside. But he escaped with the artifact. Fortunately, one of the sisters put some secret markings on the artifact using elemental magic. But he was too fast, and we couldn't even keep up with the trail the markings left behind.
Well, if you need help chasing down a gliding criminal, I'm the one for the job. So tell me, which way did he go?
As far as I know, he was last seen near Springvale. But that was some time ago.
Leave it to me. With us chasing him down together, he doesn't stand a chance.
So, I passed?
Once we've got this Raptor guy, we'll pick up where we left off.
Lame.
But no need to worry. I'll be sure to have a word with Jean.
Windblade!
Oops. I don't think I can make it that far.
I'll keep this close.
Almost died.
This is Springvale. There must be some clues about Raptor around here. The sister from the cathedral put some secret animo markings on the artifact he took.
Use your elemental sight and keep your eyes peeled for clues. Ooh, hey, what do you think this is?
It looks like a broken tree branch.
Oh, Paimon knows. It's from a frame of a wing glider. Therefore,
there are no elemental traces on it. It looks like it's just a plain old tree branch. A strip of cloth. Look at... Shh! Keep it down! I'm hunting! I've always heard about the wide range of ingredients you can find in Mondstadt, and it looks like it's true! No, I'm a chef! A chef on a mission to find rare and exotic ingredients from all corners of the world. My name's Xiangling. I'm from Liyue Harbor. And you?
hello, my name's Paimon.
Paimon!
Why are you looking at me like that?
What an exotic creature! Is it edible?
Dig in.
No, for the last time, Paimon is not emergency food!
You seem like good friends. I have a good friend too, called Goba.
Isn't that the name of a Liyue snack?
Both the snack and my friend have a special place in my heart.
Her mouth isn't moving.
Anyway, can you do some hunting for me? There's lots of game around here that would be amazing to cook with. I can't catch anything to save my life, and I don't want to miss out.
Sounds like a bit of an ordeal.
Don't be like that. Come on, I'll whip you up a tasty snack later.
Ooh, you had me a tasty snack. Don't worry, we're the bestest hunters ever.
Whose side are you on?
Don't worry about it. Your friend has already given me a response. I don't care how it's done, so long as you bring me back some raw meat. Great! Then I'll leave...
Wow, Outriders have to be textile experts now? It's a harder job than Paimon thought.
If this really belongs to Raptor, it must mean his wind glider is broken.
I guess the chick isn't part of the quest.
Shallow fry, some of it I'll deep fry with mushrooms. Ooh, and I wonder how well it goes with slime condensate.
I want to try slime condensate.
Yay! You have finally come around to my food preferences!
Never mind.
Sorry. I'm all excited thinking about new recipes. As promised, a tasty snack. Go on, try it. And tell me what you think.
Are we your food testers now? Oh gosh. This is delicious! it up straight away. This seems pretty hard to make. It'll take more than that to learn how to make it. And we don't have a frying pan or any condiments. Come on, it's simple. We can fry on a slab of stone and cook using some boar fat. Build a stove from rocks. Use dry grass for kindling, twigs for firewood. Sweet flowers will do for sugar. As for salt, I found a load of rock salt in a cave the other day. There's still plenty left.
Seems like she's done this a million times before.
I just can't help myself when there's a chance to try something new. But I can't exactly bring my whole kitchen with me every time I leave the house, either. Give me a second while I get everything ready.
Hey! What do you think? This is the boar's natural habitat. You can't hunt them here. You'll send them all running. We hunters know better than to kill the chicken to get at the egg.
This game has a weird habit of having you do something and then being like, oh, you shouldn't do that. Oh, what was the other one? I just had the example, but I forgot already. Anyways, it does that. Oh yeah, you fight the hilichurls the whole time, and then you find out they can fucking talk and communicate and shit. It's like,
Oh, I get it. The freshest, best quality meat comes from free-range boars that grow up in the environment nature intended for them. If they all ran off, it would be a major blow to gastronomy. No, to all mankind.
it's not even close to what he meant.
I'm sorry. I got excited and didn't think of the impact we'd have.
You should apologize to Draff. As our leader, he always stresses the importance of respecting the rules of the hunt. I'm afraid he is very upset right now.
What are we going to do?
I made a mistake, and I should go and apologize.
Let us come with you, I guess.
Thanks, guys. I'll cook up some more tasty snacks for you once this is over. Okay, don't worry. Paimon will remember even if you forget. Draff ought to be in Springvale. Let's go! Was left by raptor or an animo slime.
Animo slimes are airborne creatures. They don't leave marks on the ground unless someone stomped on one to take off.
How do we know if this was left by raptor or an animo slime?
That's weird. Accidental text repeating, well, voice line repeating. People actually do that?
Either way, let's make a mental note of these markings. They're very clear. It appears that the elemental markings point this way.
Huh. Well, do you think he ran off ahead?
There's only one way to find out. Come on, we should keep following the markings.
Ooh, what's that? Looks like something's going on up ahead.
It sounds like there's a battle going on. Could that be Raptor? Quick, let's keep going.
And the mouse keeps not moving. I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's like if you can't animate all of the voice lines, then why animate any of them?
Thank goodness, the Knights of Favonius have arrived. The hilly trolls won't dare pursue me any longer.
What happened?
I can't believe it, but the hilly trolls attacked our carts. Luckily, I outran them.
Hilly Churls? But I thought the Knights of Favonius had cleared out most of the hilly trail camps around these parts.
It's a small camp not too far from the village. The route I take on my delivery runs ensures I steer clear of it. But today, some crazy fellow suddenly fell out of the sky and landed right in the camp.
Now, who does that remind me of?
Oh, it really riled them up. They chased the funny-looking fellow as he fled, which brought them out in the open. I managed to get away, but they smashed my fruit carts to smithereens. Oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do when the merchant caravan gets here tomorrow.
Funny looking? In what way?
Oh, he was holding on to something. Must have been heavy because he couldn't glide in a straight line to save his life. Maybe that's why he fell. Honestly, people like that shouldn't be allowed in the skies. It doesn't take a genius to know you're not supposed to carry heavy objects while gliding. I'm gonna report that idiot and make sure he gets his license revoked.
Heavy object? The artifact? This could well be our guy. Tell me, did you see which way he went?
I managed to catch a glimpse as I ran from the hilly churls. I think he went that way.
Seems like a strong lead. On with the chase! Oh, and don't worry. As soon as I get back, I'll tell the knights to mop up the rest of the hilly churls as soon as possible.
That's what I call slaughtering people. Mopping up. Hey, how you doing, G-Lawin?
Another test subject.
No one escapes my sights!
Suffocate!
Cool it!
Freeze!
You're open!
Freeze! Suffocate!
You're open!
Freeze!
Let's spark things up a little.
Freeze! Freeze! Suffocate!
You're open!
Finally, done.
Picked the wrong test subject.
Apart from the hilly churls, there's a bunch of funny-looking people, too.
Judging from the type of wind gliders they've got, I'd say this lot is with Raptor.
But if that's the case, what are they hanging around here for?
I wonder... Well, this measly bunch can't slow us down, that's for sure. But we also haven't found the artifact, which means Raptor still has it on him. Forget these guys. Come on, let's keep following the elemental markings.
Huh. Look where we are.
There are no more elemental markings ahead.
The elemental power on the artifact must have worn off. Raptor must have realized the markings would give away his position and sent his minions to slow us down. That way, when the effect wears off, he can make his escape. He won't get away with this. After him!
I believe it. I'm using a third-party multi-streaming service, so I'm sure it's got some delay.
There's only one way over there. Raptor must be up ahead. However, it looks like the only way we can catch up is if we glide.
But there's a ton of enemies below. They'll definitely attack us after we take off.
No, Restream stopped supporting more than 2 channels for their free thing, so I had to switch to split stream. I think Restream probably had better infrastructure, but I mean, if you can't multi-stream to more than 2 platforms, it's not really useful to me. Split stream, I mean, it's a little sketchy. Definitely not I don't know, the level of quality I would like from a service, but seems like it's working. Had a few problems with it, but nothing too terrible.
If we're gonna do this, we'll have to glide and defeat them in one fell swoop. You still had 1 stage to go in your exam, right?
Yeah, but what's that gotta do with anything?
How about we make this the 3rd and final stage of your gliding exam?
Please, no more exams.
Are you sure that's how the exam is supposed to go?
Yep. I think it's splitstream.io like Restream.
It's a custom version of the exam, designed by yours truly. Besides, the normal version of the exam wouldn't be fit for the hero of Mondstadt himself. So, what do you say?
Watch me nail this exam or watch me nail Raptor.
Woohoo! Good answer! Prepare for takeoff! Raptor awaits you once you defeat all these enemies. Then that gliding license is yours.
Okay. Oh, I can drop bombs while gliding now? Alright. I don't know how to do that. Okay, I gotta use the bombs. We're done now? Yeah. They just had to put that in there. What is with this camera angle? This is so... not the way I wanted to play.
Nice! You breezed through it! You're a natural. I knew you'd be fine. All that's left now is to grab ourselves a raptor. Let's go!
I'm gonna grab me a raptor. Whoa, switch the fucking order. Potato. Destroy the power source to unlock the mechanism. These dungeons do not make a lot of sense in terms of lore. It's like there's some guy's hideout and it's just full of fucking monsters, goes on for miles. What are we doing here?
keep up with me.
It looks like there's no way across. Ugh, he must be around here somewhere. Amber! Over there!
If you insist on chasing me, so be it. Huh? Who brought the little girl?
You must be Raptor! You can't escape!
I don't need to escape. There's no way you can make it over here.
Oh, it is pretty high. And quite far.
Oh, little girl, why don't you run along home now and let your leader deal with this? Don't worry, I promise that once the Grandmaster gets here, I'll surrender immediately.
Hey, watch it! You're talking to a Knights of Favonius outrider. You'll be sorry when I arrest you.
Let's examine our surroundings, just like you taught me.
You're right. Ugh, he's right there in front of us. If only we could glide across.
So how did he get across?
A grappling hook.
If it's too far to glide, it's definitely too far for anything like that.
Bullshit, these gliders suck.
There's also no sign of an anchor point.
Bye-bye, kiddo.
Oh no, he's getting away!
Ugh, we can't hesitate any longer. The only way to get across is to glide there.
But...
Don't worry, I'm the gliding champion of Mondstadt, remember? If Raptor can do it, I can do it too.
Oi, Outrider! You have less chance of surviving this than jumping off the Animo God statue in Mondstadt without your wind glider. Haha!
It's not that high. I feel like it's like 2 people high. I mean, it looks impossible. Let me tell you that. Oh, it's not impossible.
Sees your point. If you rule out everything that's completely impossible, gliding is the only idea left.
Remember that book I lent you? The one I thought was the gliding manual, but wasn't? The first birds couldn't fly. Flight was their reward for their courage to plunge into the canyon. Be my witness.
Witness me!
Raptor says I'll never make it. But if you listen carefully...
What? Completely out of sync with the dialogue. Roger, let's show this guy what an outrider's made of.
Wait! Stop! You'll never make it! Come on, off you go now. Back home like a good little girl.
Raptor says I'll never make it. But if you listen carefully, the wind says I will make it, and that's good enough for me.
Fine.
Amber, no! You're gonna fall! You're gonna... It's a wind current! She's gliding! Amber's gliding!
You're crazy, kid! You must have known about the wind current. There's no way you would have jumped otherwise.
The wind takes care of those who have courage. Now sit still and await your arrest, like a good little boy.
You're over.
No escape!
Freeze! Freeze! You're open! Freeze! Freeze!
Get him! All right, I got him! I only noticed the wind current from in the air, and it's the only one. It would be suicide to try and escape in the direction Raptor was going.
What do you mean?
In other words, the only way Raptor could have gotten out would be this way, past us.
Aha! So he was just trying to fool us by acting smug, in the hope that we would just give up and leave. Little did he know, we're not so easily fooled.
It was all thanks to your sharp thinking. Just like a wise man once said, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth.
Isn't that Sherlock Holmes or some shit?
At the end of the day, gliding is 7 parts technique, 3 parts instinct, and then 90 parts courage.
Sound math?
What you did now looked more like 99 parts courage.
Even sounder.
It was just like in my first gliding exam. I was super nervous, but in the end, there was nothing to be afraid of, and I passed no problem. I kinda missed that nervous rush in the exams I've done since then. It just wasn't the same.
Sorry. Paimon thought you said you passed no problem. What do you mean exams since then?
Swear to God if I have to take more exams.
Well, you see, the thing is, Mondstadt is all no glide zone this, no landing zone that. Every time I get my license, it keeps getting revoked. I must have taken the exam about 15 times altogether.
Hit.
But I always pass the first time. I guess my little gliding manual ain't so bad after all.
Let's go and get a copy of the real gliding manual from acting Grandmaster Jean sometime.
No.
I'll head off first because I need to escort Raptor back to the city. Once you're back in the city, don't forget to come find me at the cathedral. I'll issue your gliding license there.
Fine.
She just can't sit still, can she? Guess that's why she's the Outrider. When this is all done and dusted, let's head to the cathedral in Mondstadt. Getting this gliding license has turned into quite the adventure.
Trying to just unmute myself. Testing. Okay. I guess it fixed itself. I was gonna say, I'm trying to decide if I want to stop streaming or not. I think it's break time either way. Let's see. Can I turn that music off while I'm gone? No, I can just stay paused, so that's fine. Should be all good. Alright, should be back within an hour. That's the plan. Where's my background video? Oh, never mind, the volume came back on. There we go.
The trilogy is also back in print after being out of print for a while. I'd like particularly to mention the Illuminatus.
Not sure how far I got last time.
Bank of Calvi and Marcinkus, and the Franklin National Bank run by Michele Sindona, who was another member of P2, who had started out as a lawyer for the Mafia.
I think that's too far.
And he had the Gestapo convinced he was spying on the underground for them.
Hey, thank you, D-Live.
Successfully that he didn't get shot by either side.
I feel bad because I'm on intermission now.
On trial as a war criminal afterwards.
Whatever.
Which was run by Roberto Calvi. Roberto Calvi was the man who owned the Cisalpine Bank in the Bahamas, together with Archbishop Marcinkus. It was the Cisalpine Bank in the Bahamas through which all the cocaine money came from the World Finance Corporation in Miami. The system by which the Banco Ambrosiano laundered heroin money for the Grey Wolves and the Cisalpine Bank in the Bahamas laundered cocaine money from South America, and it all ran through the Vatican Bank under the supervision of Archbishop Marcinkus. This whole system was organized by a man named Licio Gelli. How many people here have heard of Licio Gelli? On the battle against Israel. And so they engage in selling heroin. Well, why not? Real name of God. I know a lot of you here have heard the real name of God is Jehovah, but that was invented by a German scholar in the 19th century who didn't know how to read Hebrew. According to the Jews, the real name of God is Yahweh, but you shouldn't say it aloud because you might get struck by lightning. Nothing happened. But according to the Arabs, the real name is Allah. And the Grey Wolves are on intimate speaking terms with Allah. And Allah has a real hard-on against Israel. Allah believes that Israel should be wiped off the face of the earth. And the Grey Wolves are trying to carry out the will of Allah, which isn't easy because Israel is getting such heavy support from the United States and has the best military machine in the Near East and has lots of money. And so the Grey Wolves, to do the will of Allah, have to raise money of their own one way or another to carry on the battle against Israel. And so they engage in selling heroin. Well, why not? If it's the will of Allah, the end justifies the means, right? Of course, you can make a lot of money out of heroin, but occasionally you got to go in for sidelines if you need a lot of money quick. So the Grey Wolves also farm themselves out as assassins for anybody who wants to hire an assassin. Well, if it's the will of God, there can't be anything wrong with it. They also run guns for other terrorists. They've been connected with the PLO and the IRA and the whole alphabet soup of terrorist groups in Europe. One of the Grey Wolves tried to shoot the Pope a couple of years ago, Mehmet Ali Agca. But anyway, the Grey Wolves run heroin, and some of the heroin was going through Banco Ambrosiano, run by Calvi. Calvi was also accused of embezzling funds from his own bank and knowingly receiving for deposit counterfeit stocks. The counterfeit stocks came in several batches, but the biggest batch was $1 billion in counterfeit stocks printed by the Johnny Roselli mafia family in Las Vegas. How many of you have ever heard of Johnny Roselli before? Okay, so this isn't getting too complicated. Some of you can follow me. Johnny Roselli is, in many places, one of the leading suspects in the JFK assassination. Johnny Roselli was involved in the Bay of Pigs invasion. He was a prominent member of the American Mafia all of his life. He started out as a gunman for Al Capone in Chicago in the 1920s. And at the end of his career, he had risen to the level where he controlled the whole Mafia organization throughout the state of Nevada. In 1961 and 62, he was working for the CIA, like many person in need of funds has found themselves working for the CIA. Johnny Roselli was hired by the CIA to arrange the assassination of Fidel Castro. Now, some of the things you read about the Mafia in my books, among others, give you the impression they're infallible. No man can escape the Mafia. Well, apparently, like a lot of other highly advertised organizations, they don't live up to their reputation because they tried 8 times to kill Fidel Castro, and unless the Cubans have some actor with a fake beard, they failed every time. Roselli told Jack Anderson that he was not involved in the Kennedy assassination when Anderson asked him directly, but Roselli said he knew which Mafia family did do the job. Roselli was called to testify before the House Select Committee on Assassinations. He testified inconclusively. They then subpoenaed him to come back and testify again, and then he was shot. Oh, well, people get shot every day. According to Roselli's testimony to Anderson and to Congress, one of the main organizers of the Kennedy assassination was Sam Giancana in Chicago, the head of the Mafia in Chicago. Sam Giancana had a particular grudge against Kennedy because he was largely responsible for Kennedy winning in 1960. 1960 was one of the closest races in American political history, and the reason Kennedy won instead of Nixon, the reason we didn't have Nixon 8 years earlier, which might have been good for us if we got it over sooner, we might have recovered sooner. The reason Kennedy won was that he carried Chicago, and Chicago gave him Illinois, and Illinois put him over the top. It was one of the closest elections in American history, as some of you may remember. The final results weren't announced until the day after election at around noon, as a matter of fact. Sam Giancana delivered Chicago to Kennedy. That was a deal that was worked out by Frank Sinatra. Isn't that amazing? Now, how many of you realize you owe Frank Sinatra the fact you had 1,000 days of John Kennedy? Yeah, Frank Sinatra said to Sam Giancana, this whole feud between you and the Kennedys, it can be ended. Let me make peace. And he arranged a meeting between John Kennedy and Sam Giancana, and Sam Giancana agreed to deliver Chicago, and Kennedy agreed to lay off on the mafia. Somewhere along the way, somebody changed his mind, and after Kennedy was elected, he unleashed Bobby as Attorney General and started giving even more problems to the mafia. So Sam Giancana was heard on several occasions to say that it would be better if they hadn't given Chicago to Kennedy, and it would be better still if Kennedy was removed from the White House as quickly as possible. That was also the opinion of Carlos Marcella, the mafia chieftain of Miami, who said that if we cut off the head, we don't have to worry about the tail, meaning the way to get rid of Bobby Kennedy was to get rid of John Kennedy. All of this is covered in a number of books and on Jack Anderson's TV special, which is coming up on TV every couple of weeks. Another station picks it up and re-shows it. If you haven't seen it yet, try to catch it the next time. Anyway, Johnny Roselli, who's so interestingly involved in the Bay of Pigs and in the mafia's attempts to assassinate John F. Kennedy, which may or may not have been the prime factor in Dealey Plaza that day, Johnny Roselli printed up $1 billion worth of counterfeit stocks, which went to the Vatican Bank. Archbishop Marcinkus signed for the $1 billion in counterfeit stocks. There are many sincere Catholics in the world who cannot believe that the manager of the Vatican Bank and an archbishop of the church could engage in such activities. It is possible that Marcinkus did not know he was ordering counterfeit stocks. Maybe he thought he was ordering baby booties. When he received $1 billion in counterfeit stocks, I don't know why he didn't write back and say, hey, I wanted baby booties. Maybe he was absent-minded. He accepted the $1 billion in counterfeit stock, and most of it got shipped over to the Banco Ambrosiano, which was run by Roberto Calvi. Roberto Calvi was the man who owned the Cisalpine Bank in the Bahamas, together with Archbishop Marcinkus. It was the Cisalpine Bank in the Bahamas through which all the cocaine money came from the World Finance Corporation in Miami. The system by which the Banco Ambrosiano laundered heroin money for the Grey Wolves and the Cisalpine Bank in the Bahamas laundered cocaine money from South America, and it all ran through the Vatican Bank under the supervision of Archbishop Marcinkus. This whole system was organized by a man named Licio Gelli. How many people here have heard of Licio Gelli? One of the most influential men of the 20th century, and it looks like hardly anybody in the audience ever heard of him. Licio Gelli started his colorful career in the Second World War. He was one of the few individuals who can conclusively be proven to have worked for the Gestapo and the Communist Underground simultaneously. He had the Communist Underground in Italy convinced that he was spying on the Gestapo for them and helping them in their underground activities, and he had the Gestapo convinced he was spying on the underground for them. And he carried it off so successfully that he didn't get shot by either side and was not put on trial as a war criminal afterwards. With a record like that, it was only natural that he would believe he had very good luck and that the world consisted mostly of idiots who he could manipulate easily. So in the 1950s, he went to work for the CIA. His first job for the CIA was to move the Italian labor movement in a right-wing direction. The CIA felt the Italian labor unions were getting too left-wing. So Licio Gelli hired Sofia Loren to make short television bits of propaganda for the right-wing unions and against the left-wing unions. He also bribed all the left-wing union leaders who would take bribes so that they would take a more right-wing position. And with left-wing union leaders who would not take bribes, he arranged for the mafia to kill them. And so Italy took a sharp turn to the right at that point, as students of modern history may remember. So the CIA was very pleased with Licio Gelli, and they put him in charge of a lot of other projects. For a while, he was working directly out of the American Embassy in Rome. It was around that point that he went to work for the KGB. Well, if you can work for the Gestapo and the Communist Underground at the same time, you obviously are capable of working for the CIA and the KGB at the same time. Jelly shortly thereafter joined the Grand Orient Lodge of Egyptian Freemasonry, which was founded by the Duc d'Orléans and Count Cagliostro in the 18th century, and it is not recognized as a true Masonic lodge by any American Freemasons that I've ever encountered. Nonetheless, it's the strongest Freemasonic lodge in Europe. American Freemasons don't want to admit that. They say, oh, it's only a few nuts in France. The Grand Orient Lodge is all over Europe, not just in France. 1782 or 3. I don't know exactly. 82, 83, somewhere in there. The Grand Orient Lodge played a significant role in the French Revolution and in the Paris Commune of the 1870s, and where all Scotch Rite lodges have the Bible on the Worshipful Master's table in the center of the lodge, the Grand Orient has a book of blank pages. You can interpret the symbolism for yourself. Within the Grand Orient Lodge of Egyptian Freemasonry in Italy, Licio Gelli formed a separate group called Pei Due, which means Propaganda 2, which was named after Propaganda Uno, a socialist group of the 19th century. Propaganda 2 had very little in common with Propaganda Uno. P2, to keep it simple, and I won't bother with the Italian names anymore, P2 eventually recruited 900 members of the Italian government. Some of them joined willingly because P2 had a lot to offer them, because it was gradually taking over the whole Italian government, and a large part of the Italian press and banking business too. Some did not join willingly, but one of the rules in P2 was that you had to write out a full confession of all your crimes to your immediate superior, who would then give you forgiveness for them. And by this method, Licio Gelli developed extensive dossiers on everybody in Italy in any position of power. You know, I quoted earlier from the Watergate tapes about Hunt and knowing the whole Bay of Pigs thing. Another poignant line in the Watergate tapes is when Nixon talks about Hoover, J. Edgar Hoover, and he said, Hoover would have fought. He would have scared hell out of people. He has a file on everybody. The nostalgia in that. You have this feeling Nixon thinks, here I am, I'm president, and I don't have a file on everybody yet, but that son of a bitch Hoover does. When Tom Murphy was made Attorney General by Roosevelt, he told all of his friends, the first thing I do when I get to Washington is I'm going to fire J. Edgar Hoover. What year was that? 1940. You taking notes? A year later, some of Murphy's friends caught him at a party and said, whatever happened to firing Hoover? And he said, nobody can fire J. Edgar Hoover. That son of a bitch has something on everybody in Washington. Well, Hoover lived out his whole long life. Nobody ever did fire him. He died in office. Nobody could fire him. He did have a file on everybody. Well, Licio Gelli set out to get a file on everybody in Italy. And by the time he was through, he had over 950 members of the Italian government in the P2 group. This included the chief of the secret police. So when the Italian government indicted Licio Gelli for plotting a fascist for managing a conspiracy with the intent of committing a coup d'etat and installing a fascist government in Italy, by the time the police got to Gelli's house, he had left for Uruguay, because the chief of the secret police was a member of the conspiracy and tipped him off. The chief of the secret police was indicted for conspiring with Gelli in several bombings which were blamed on left-wing terrorists when they were first committed, and in planning a fascist coup, and in the whole general conspiracy of laundering cocaine and heroin money. He died while awaiting trial. Gelli escaped to Uruguay. He came back a year later to Switzerland to get some money out of a numbered bank account and was put under arrest by the Swiss police since he was wanted in Italy. As I say, for financial frauds, stock and currency frauds, drug offenses, and plotting to overthrow the government. So the Swiss held him for the Italians to come pick him up. They held him exactly 3 days. The Swiss are alleged to have the most incorruptible police in Europe. Or they used to be alleged to have that until they tried to hold Jelly. They put him in their maximum security prison, and within 3 days he disappeared and was back in Uruguay. The Swiss are still investigating how that happened. The prison is in Geneva. I was there last year. A lot of tourists are now coming to see the prison. This case is much better known in Europe than in the States. There's been endless newspaper articles about P2 and the Vatican Bank. It's got less publicity over here for some reason. And I suggested, since the tourists are coming anyway, the prison might as well turn itself into a real tourist attraction. I said they should have over the gate of the prison the 3 monkeys: see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. And in nice Gothic German script, ficken Sie nicht mit P2. Don't fuck around with P2. They've got lodges all over Latin America, Central America, and in the United States and Canada. Licio Gelli was a guest at Ronald Reagan's first inauguration. There's a photo of Gelli and Reagan at the inauguration in a private conference, and they're both laughing. I often wonder who they're laughing at. Anyway, Jelly set up the system through which the cocaine and heroin was being laundered through the Banco Ambrosiano of Calvi and the Cisalpine Bank of Calvi and Marcinkus, and the Franklin National Bank run by Michele Sindona, who was another member of P2, who had started out as a lawyer for the mafia and founded several banks of his own in Italy, and then came to the United States and started the Franklin National Bank, which eventually acquired a large interest in Paramount Pictures. And Sindona sold part of his interest in Paramount to the Vatican. So every time you go to see a Paramount movie, you're supporting the Pope. He also sold part of it to the Mafia, which is the most interesting sociological strange loop I know. The Godfather is a Paramount movie. Every time The Godfather is shown on television, the Mafia makes profits off it. Thanks to the ingenious Mr. Sindona. Michele Sindona was eventually indicted in New York for stock and currency fraud and embezzling $55 million from his own bank, the Franklin National Bank, and he disappeared. According to Nino Lobello, the Vatican correspondent for the Herald Tribune, he flew back to Rome and conferred with Archbishop Marcinkus. Wherever he was, he finally did return to New York and announced that he'd been kidnapped by the KGB, but had managed to escape. The jury did not believe him. He was convicted of 65 counts of stock and currency fraud and faking his own kidnapping to avoid standing trial. He then put up an extensive, heavily financed legal battle of 3 years to avoid being extradited back to Italy. He was eventually extradited back to Italy, where he was convicted of murdering a bank examiner. And then he was awaiting trial on the charges that he and Licio Gelli and Roberto Calvi and several others had been conspiring to overthrow the government and institute a fascist government, as well as various drug offenses. While he was waiting trial on those charges, Michele Sindona was poisoned in his cell. There were 2 different accounts that appeared in American newspapers within about 8 hours of each other. According to one account, Sindona got his evening meal and suddenly let out a laugh and said, "I will not spend my life in prison. I have just taken poison." According to another account, he just had his evening meal when he let out a scream and yelled, "The bastards have poisoned me!" It seems to depend on which jail guard you want to believe. Anyway, he didn't stand trial for trying to overthrow the government. A fellow named Nino Piccarelli was putting out a newspaper called Osservatore Politico, and he was very interested in jelly and Sindona and Calvi and the weird things that were going on in the Italian banking community. He did quite a dossier on them for one issue, and he sent a copy to the Pope at the time, Pope John Paul I. Pope John Paul I, who was succeeded, as you remember, by John Paul II, which I thought showed a lack of humor. If I was succeeding John Paul I, John Paul, I would have called myself John Paul Ringo and get a real tradition going, but this crazy Polak who got in called himself John Paul II. Anyway, John Paul I read this stuff that Pecorelli sent him. He was so incensed, electrified, galvanized, and pissed off in general that he ordered Cardinal Vio to do an extensive investigation of the extent to which P2 was using the Vatican Bank for criminal purposes. The night that the Pope ordered that investigation, he was taken suddenly dead. There have been numerous claims that he was poisoned by the Council of Cardinals. These claims have not been substantiated in court. A good summary of all the evidence can be found in David Yallop's book, In God's Name. The Vatican has refused to release the death certificate, so we don't even know what the doctor said the Pope died of. We just know what the Vatican says the doctor said. They have not let any journalist see the death certificate, and they did not allow an autopsy. Nino Pecorelli, however, the guy who sent the Pope this inflammatory material about P2 and the Vatican Bank, we know what happened to Nino Pecorelli. He was shot dead on the streets of Rome. He was shot through the mouth. The mafia calls that sasso in bocca. That's the traditional mafia punishment for informers. Strangely enough, it happened to Sam Giancana, too. Do you remember Sam Giancana? Yeah. He was the guy who delivered Chicago to Kennedy and got pissed off because Kennedy did not lay off the mafia after that. Giancana was shot through the mouth, too. So was George D. Morgenschild, who was a close friend of Lee Harvey Oswald in Fort Worth and Dallas, who was suspected of being a CIA agent by a lot of conspiracy buffs around the country and private conspiracy investigators. When de Morgenschild was subpoenaed by the House Select Committee on Assassinations, he was found dead, shot through the mouth, too. That was ruled suicide. I guess it's a coincidence. This is more comfortable. The connection between the Vatican and the cocaine business has been fairly well established in what I've been saying so far. The mafia is bordered on one side by the Vatican and on the other side by the CIA. It is hard to tell at this point in history where the mafia leaves off and the Vatican begins on one side, or on the other side where the mafia leaves off and the CIA begins. It's easier to walk around without getting the glare directly all the time. The Knights of Malta. Now, let's hear it for the Knights of Malta. Yeah. Well, I'm glad to see we got some people with a sense of gallows humor in the house. I will now tell you one of the secrets of Freemasonry. If I get out of here alive, the Masons are no more infallible than the Mafia. The Mafia couldn't kill Fidel Castro. We'll see if I can reveal Masonic secrets and escape. The 32nd degree of Freemasonry, which is the highest degree that you work your way through. The 33rd degree is honorary. The 32nd degree of Masonry deals with the death of Jacques de Molay of the Knights Templar in the Middle Ages. He was denounced to the Inquisition by the Knights of Malta. And the 32nd degree, the candidate is told that the Masonry exists for one purpose and one purpose only, to combat the Knights of Malta, who, according to this degree, are continually plotting, unceasingly, unselfishly, without any regard for their own lives or comfort, in a fanatically devoted religious way, just like the Grey Wolves believe Allah has divinely ordained them to wipe out the state of Israel. The Knights of Malta, according to the 32nd degree of Freemasonry, have taken the same kind of oath that God wants them to wipe out Protestantism and make the whole Western world entirely one Catholic hegemony with the Pope on top like it used to be in the Middle Ages. And it is the function of Freemasonry to fight that forever. That's the 32nd degree. You don't find that out until you've gone through the first 31 degrees, generally. Nobody can find out the secrets of Masonry unless they are willing to spend at least 4 or 5 days in a large library or go through all the initiations. I didn't go through all the initiations. I went around to old secondhand bookstores. The secrets of Masonry are not that hard to find out. The Knights of Malta still exist. They didn't go out of existence when Masonry was founded. The head of the Italian secret police, Mussolini, who was a member of P2, was also a Knight of Malta. Licio Gelli, whom I've been talking a great deal about, who put together the cocaine, heroin, Vatican Bank connection, and was taking money from the CIA and the KGB at the same time. He was a Knight of Malta. Michele Sindona of the Franklin Bank, convicted of 65 counts of fraud and of murdering a bank examiner. He was a Knight of Malta. Roberto Calvi of the Banco Ambrosiano and the Cisalpine Bank, he was a Knight of Malta. Ever hear of William Casey? He was a Knight of Malta. Ever hear of Alexander Haig? Another Knight of Malta. Ever hear of William Buckley Jr.? Another Knight of Malta. Claire Booth Luce, a Dame of Malta.
She also was one of the people who popularized the use of LSD in this country, which is something that most people forget, that she and her old man took acid together and used, and it was through Life magazine that it was first presented, that work of that the use of LSD was first presented.
Yeah, Claire Booth Luce and Henry Luce took LSD, wrote glowing accounts of it, and have been trying to conceal that ever since. You can't get anybody in the Luce Empire to admit that Henry and Claire once were big acid heads. After Leary went to prison in 1970, about 90% of the people in the country who were fans of LSD suddenly changed their minds and wouldn't talk about it anymore. I knew hundreds of psychologists who used to say, we agree with Tim Leary, and as soon as he went to prison, they became as silent as moonlight on a gravestone. The Knights of Malta have their international headquarters in the Vatican. The Vatican Bank, of course, is inside the Vatican, too. Nobody knows what goes on in the Vatican Bank except the managers of the Vatican Bank and God. Italian bank examiners cannot get in and look at the records because the Vatican is a sovereign state independent of Italy. The investigating magistrates who've been trying to make sense out of the P2 conspiracy since 1982 can't get in and look at the records of the Vatican Bank because it's not part of Italy. The Vatican Bank is the economic equivalent of a black hole in physics. Nothing gets out of a black hole once it goes in, and money that goes into the Vatican Bank disappears from the profane view of ordinary human beings. Only archbishops and God know what happens to it after that. There is a widespread suspicion among the Italian police and investigating magistrates that a lot of the money ended up in those Swiss bank accounts, one of which Licio Gelli was trying to get money out of when he was arrested. Licio Gelli was working for the communists and the Gestapo in World War II. for the KGB and the CIA in the 50s and 60s. And so it should be no surprise that he managed to be a Freemason and a Knight of Malta at the same time, even though those two were allegedly in a warfare for 700 years now. Licio Gelli went back from Uruguay to Switzerland recently and got arrested again. This time they managed to deliver him to Italy, and he was found innocent of the charge of blowing up the Bologna railway station. He's awaiting trial on other charges. Roberto Calvi fled from Italy when he was indicted and was found hanging from a bridge in London with bricks stuffed in his pockets. Bricks are symbols of Freemasonry. He was hanging where the rising tide had covered his dead body. The first-degree oath in Freemasonry says, if I ever betray my fellows in the craft, may I be hanged where the rising tide will cover my dead body. So it's pretty obvious that Calvi was hanged by the Freemasons, or by people who devoutly wish us to think he was hanged by the Freemasons. His wife claims he was hanged by the Vatican because he was going to turn state's evidence against Archbishop Marcinkus. But she's only a hysterical widow. And one of my principal sources on the cocaine and heroin links of various banks is Penny Lerno, a journalist for the National Catholic Reporter, who first got onto the trail of the cocaine and heroin laundering business in Miami and was shocked when it led her back to the Vatican. She went to her editor and said, I'm finding out more and more about the Vatican Bank. Can I print this? And he said, go ahead, keep digging and we'll print it all. And they did. And that's why the American Catholic Church, I more and more suspect, is going to split from the Vatican in the near future. I think it's going to be the biggest heresy since Martin Luther. Most American Catholic priests do not tell their parishioners that it's a sin to use birth control, which the Pope still says it is. And in many other ways, the American Catholic Church is moving away from the Vatican. If I would try to sum up the general picture as I have put it together over the last 20 years or so, studying nutty conspiracy literature and serious journalism and trying to figure out how much truth there is in every source and comparing sources and so on, I would say that if you want to know what life in the United States is going to be like under George Bush and Dan Quayle, and since the CIA has now moved into the White House, so to speak, and since the CIA is almost indistinguishable from the mafia, a British journalist named Gordon Thomas, in a book called The Year of Armageddon, says the Pope has a meeting with the CIA chief in Rome once a week, and the Knights of Malta carry messages back and forth between the Vatican and CIA headquarters in Arlington regularly. So the CIA, the Knights of Malta, the Mafia, are more and more becoming one big happy family. So if you want a good view of what's ahead for this country, look at the Godfather saga, all three parts of it, all the way through twice, and then read the last 200 years of Sicilian history. Many people find it very hard to believe that the Mafia killed JFK. A lot of people still think the last official government word on the Kennedy assassination was delivered by the Warren Commission. Now that shows the tremendous effect the mass media have, because in actual fact, in actual historical fact, the last official word to come out of the American government was the verdict of the House Select Committee on Assassinations. And they concluded there was a conspiracy, and there were at least two gunmen, one on the grassy knoll. And the chief counsel for the committee, Professor Blakey, said in a press conference of his own, going a little bit further than the committee, the Mafia did it. All the evidence points that way. This is no surprise to anybody who studied Sicilian history or Italian history recently. Every 2 weeks or so, a politician gets blown out of his car, or an investigating magistrate gets shot down in the streets in Italy. The mafia does not put up with crap from anybody. That's how they got to be the most feared organization in the Western world. Now, the CIA first started working with the mafia before they were even called the CIA. Back when they were called the OSS, and Lucky Luciano, the mafia ruler of New York, was in prison temporarily. They made a deal with him. He made a deal with the Sicilian mafia to help the American troops and not help Mussolini's troops during the invasion of Sicily. And America conquered Sicily very easily with the help of the mafia. From then on, the symbiosis between the mafia and the CIA has been growing steadily every year. The most interesting aspect of it all is that as this symbiosis or synergy has proceeded over the last 40 years, the spooks think they're using the mafia. The mafia thinks that it's using the CIA. And one of them is very badly deceived. Now, the CIA is full of pretty damn tough, mean sons of bitches, no doubt about that. But who are they? They're a bunch of Princeton and Yale graduates, basically. I don't think they are quite as mean, nasty, Machiavellian, and devious as the mafia. So I think the mafia is using the CIA, and the CIA just thinks they're using the mafia. But who stands behind the mafia? The Knights of Malta and the Vatican. And so, again, I say, Roberto Calvi, the banker who was found hanging from the bridge, the guy who ran the Cisalpine Bank with Archbishop Marcinkus, Roberto Calvi used to tell everybody, whenever the subject of literature came up, there's only one book you got to read. One book shows the world the way it really is. Read that book and you'll know how to get ahead in the banking business, any other business. You'll know how to become rich. You know what book that was? Not The Prince by Machiavelli, The Godfather by Mario Puzo. So I think it's time now that we have a break, and then I'll have a question and answer period. But just remember, if you want to know what the future is like, read The Godfather very carefully. Pasta Vazul.
Could a master of fiction possess, then the world's in a god-awful mess. And what better proof than the spook on the roof and the strange aloofness of you? Thank you. I am a tributary off the main stream of this artwork, which is called Into It, and is a shared project of Faustin and myself. We have a band out there. If you see the word Into It on the signs, step in. It will sound nothing like this. But these are just a couple of the off-the-wall songs that don't lend themselves to dancing quite so well. So this is a portrait of a pool hall shaman, psychedeliac. You know how people get by on just one good cry and keep drying it out on all the passers-by till it gets highly familiar? And every time they gnaw on that famous faulty jaw, it gets sillier and sillier. We'll take Billy here, with his shoulders hunched, under the letters all scrunched up backwards. Loop. He'll look at you with his eyebrows bunched and his cheek a twitch like a bag of birds, and he'll say, "Hey, Ace, what you got? Take your cue from my face. We'll chalk it up to the human race. Experience, light years, it's your shot." Well, one day he let go of that buckboard sideshow. Bro to bro, he said, pool's too slow. Let's get dangerously out there. And pulled from his pants with a shortstop, sidelong glance, a sash like the Cub Scouts wear, and said, come here. And he flipped some lint off the lip of that sack of moldy cloth and laid upon the slack side of my squint the owl-eyed back of a golden moth and said, hey, Ace, what you got? Take your cue from my face. Well, chalk it up to the human race. Experience. Light years, it's your shot. Well, I'm not dumbfounded. I've been dangerous, drug-grounded, squirreled and hounded, not about to be bound by any ordinary scare. But the sight of that thing staring off of that gold wing split the better half of my wits. From there, I said, shit, come here. And dug his thumbnail into that sliver of a moon sketched in that mad moth's eye. And my body went numb and the place went pale. I said, what you got, taking your cue from my face. To my human race experience in your shot. You know how people get by on just one good cry? Keep drying that out on all the passers-by until you're highly familiar. And every time they gnaw on that famous faulty jaw, it gets sillier and sillier. We'll take Billy here, with his shoulders hunched, under the letters all scrunched up backwards. Loop. He'll look at you with his eyebrows bunched and his cheek a twitch like a bag of birds, and he'll say, hey, Ace, what you got? Take your cue from my face. Well, chalk it up to the human race. Experience. Light years, it's your shot.
The breeze is making me sleepy.
Interesting. Report it to the church.
Boy, this stupid city's so boring.
What should I get to take back to Lily? Sinner.
Congratulations! Here is your gliding license. You're officially legal now. Yay! I'm not surprised, though. You are a natural after all.
Sorry. Couldn't tell if my mic was on. Excuse me. Yeah, it was easy.
Oh, and I'll sign you up for the next wind gliding championship. I glide so fast that no one can keep up. It's just me up there, on my own, gliding around. It's kinda boring.
You won't stand a chance of winning if you sign me up.
Whoa, fighting talk. It seems you have no idea how terrifying the championship really is.
Damn goblet of fire up in here.
Well, until I kick your butt in the championship, I wish you a happy, liberating, and above all, law-abiding gliding experience.
Fuck the law.
Make sure you obey the rules. Whatever you do, don't get your license revoked.
Oh, brother. If you ask me, that's a bit rich coming from Amber.
To be continued. My OBS is like frozen. Hello. Hello. It's mostly working. My computer might just be hot. Hopefully the chat's working. The rest I can figure out mostly.
If you're borrowing a book, please register it in the log. The restricted section is currently not lending any books. Oh, it's you, little cutie. It's so good to see you. More refreshing than a strong cup of tea in the afternoon.
Why?
Clearly you're meant to be working, but you don't seem to have your heart in it at all.
I mean, other than Jean, who really works that earnestly anyway?
Other people work hard too.
So, did you have something you needed? Or did you just come to see me?
Oh, I just wanted to see you.
Ooh, a smooth talker. Not what I was expecting.
So, Miss Librarian, got any books to recommend?
Recommended books. Sadly, everything I'd personally recommend is all in the restricted section, which we're not currently lending out.
Of course.
What's with your ominous tone?
Oh, right. Would you be interested in checking out the Devat travel guide? I think it would be quite helpful for you as travelers here.
Ooh, sounds like it could be helpful. Do you think we could take a peek?
I suppose I can try to find you a copy from the list.
Isn't this Lisa's job? What does she mean, I suppose?
Oh dear, that's unfortunate. Our copy is currently being borrowed. That said, it is now overdue. Come to think of it, quite a few of our books are now overdue. I really wish people would just return their books on time.
Whoa, is Paimon imagining things, or does the air in here suddenly feel a lot more electrified?
It's giving me goosebumps.
Such a pain. I'm going out to bring those unreturned books back. If you'd rather get your hands on that copy of the Tevat travel guide sooner, you'd better come with me.
Lisa seems really scary right now. Paimon thinks it would be best if you answer her.
What?
You really are such a considerate cutie. Let's see. First, we can go to the souvenir shop. It's called With Wind Comes Glory. So let's meet there shortly.
Gotta get all the copies of The Drunkard's Tale for sure. Yeah, I just want the thing to go away. The books all over the floor is weird. I'm like just fucking stepping on them and shit. Fuck learning, fuck learning, fuck learning. She's already doing it? Like what? Let me just go home.
Cutie, you're here. Let's begin, shall we?
Marjorie, regarding the book you borrowed.
Hello, Marjorie. Any exciting new items in stock? Why so surprised? Today is such a special day. It's only natural that I'd want a souvenir to remember it by.
Today is just an ordinary day. So this is a date now?
So it is. In that case, I declare this the day of my life. I wish I could get back, because I spent my first ever outing with someone taking them on an annoying errand.
Don't you think that's a bit long?
Well, if it's a souvenir you're after, you're in the right place. I'm sure you'll find something that strikes your fancy, Lisa.
The mouth just animated at the beginning?
Or you could let your new friend pick something out for you. Make it more of an occasion.
Yes, yes! Let us pick!
Alright.
Take a look around. There's sure to be something she'll love.
You got a book? What are the question marks?
This is a historical relic retrieved from some ruins by one of the Adventurers Guild. Sure, there's a bit of wear and tear, but this thing in the painting must be well over 1,000 years old. Though it doesn't make much sense to me.
My goodness. This is one of the 3 lost scrolls that make up the Northern Border Wind investigation. What is it doing here?
You sure? Can't change again once you've made your mind up.
My. You clearly know a treasure when you see it. This is a work of unparalleled significance for the research of ancient people's understanding of the elements. I will gladly accept it. Goodness, is that the time? Marjorie, one last thing. About the legend of Vanessa.
Oh, so you're a fan of the gallant Lady Vanessa too? Why didn't you say so? I have all sorts of items I could recommend. For example, this lion's tooth pendant with Vanessa's name carved into it. It was once a medal awarded to a knight by the great lady herself.
The
library book?
Oh my goodness. I do apologize. I got so excited when you mentioned Vanessa. I didn't know that book was overdue, even though I take it with me everywhere. I can't believe I didn't put 2 and 2 together as soon as I saw you here. Here you go.
Well, since you look up to Lady Vanessa so very much, please be more punctual next time.
Yes, Lisa. I will be, Lisa.
Just keep the book.
Let's go and find the next overdue book.
Welcome to Good Hunter. Table for two? 3! Oh, my apologies. Please sit wherever you like, and call me over once you're ready to order. So we're gonna eat first and bring up the book situation later?
Why, of course. The stress of work really takes the pleasure out of eating, don't you think?
Work is that bad, huh?
Today's recommendation is the steak.
Why don't you order us something, cutie? I'm ever so curious to know what your tastes are.
I love the mystery dish.
Why don't you order us something, cutie? I'm ever so curious to know what your tastes are.
Well, it's not real.
Why don't you order us something?
Northern smoked chicken.
This seems like the sort of staple bar food you'd find at the tavern. It has an extremely strong flavor, so drinkers love it because they can actually taste it.
Hell yeah.
You sure? Can't change again once you've made your mind up.
No, she didn't like it. Oh
Why
no.
don't you order us something? Good Hunter's signature dish. If it's what you want, I'll try anything once.
What?
You sure? Can't change again once you've made your mind.
Finished ordering? Sit here.
I want the chicken actually.
Beautifully tender and cooked to perfection. No wonder it's their signature dish. It's a shame I can't have more, but a witch must watch her physique.
Paimon's so full.
Time is getting on. I suppose I should carry on with this ghastly thing called work. Let's have a little chat with Sarah about her library.
Yeah, it's fucking the middle of the night now. Grim Reaper coming around to get some library books.
No, thank you. We're quite satisfied. But I'm afraid I must ask you about the Boar Princess.
The boar brisket? I'm sorry. I think we took that off the menu. She means the book you borrowed.
Oh, of course. I came straight to the restaurant after I borrowed it and completely forgotten that I even had it. I'm so sorry, Lisa. I will bring it to the library myself as soon as I finish work.
Okay then. But make sure you don't forget this time. Right. On to our next stop then, cutie. This is our final call for the day.
Welcome. Couples are our specialty. Let me know what you'd like and I'll wrap them up nicely for you.
Yes. Now, which book was it that has the line, "A date without flowers is a date without romance"?
No idea. Never heard of it before.
Take the hint.
Never mind. Your ignorance is somehow rather adorable.
Since you're here and Lisa is here and this is a flower shop, you might as well get a bunch of flowers, right? It only makes sense.
I guess.
Some flowers for Miss Lisa? What would you like?
Dandelion.
Dandelions are one of our classics, and a personal favorite of Miss Flora, the shop owner. I know what you're thinking. Most flower shops don't sell dandelions. They're a nuisance to care for. Perhaps Miss Flora likes the sense of floating away to a faraway land that the dandelion evokes. Come to think of it, Miss Flora herself gives people the same impression.
You sure? Can't change again once you've made your mind up.
Hell yeah.
Dandelions? They actually sell dandelions? They have a refreshing scent, similar to the one Jean wears. Thank you. Okay, time to get back to business. Donna, do you know why we're here?
Back to business? My business is selling flowers.
Once again, we see a total lack of respect for literature. The Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies. Ring a bell?
Oh, yes. Well, what happened was... Oh no, what am I gonna do?
Donna seems frantic.
I lost the book. A while back, I realized it was almost due, and I was getting ready to bring it back to the library. But I couldn't find it anywhere. I looked for days, but nothing. It's like somebody stole it. It should have been there, on my bedside table, right where I left it.
Uh-oh. That Lisa does some crazy things when she gets mad.
I heard that. Well, if it really was stolen, Donna's done nothing wrong. The blame lies with the book thief. And their punishment will be 10 times worse than stealing my book.
Like Paimon said, totally crazy!
How do we find the lost book, though?
Oh, don't worry about that. As long as I remain librarian, not a single book will go missing for good. I put a unique elemental marker on each book. Our thief will have left a nice set of clues for us to follow.
When did Lisa start taking her job so seriously? Paimon always thought she was a total slacker.
Hey, sweetie. I've heard your elemental sensitivity is very strong. Why not see what you can do?
Elemental sensitivity? Oh, Paimon's got it! Use your elemental sight to look for clues!
Looking at the elemental traces, it does seem likely that the book was stolen.
So Donna didn't do anything wrong after all.
It's not from the restricted section, so it's hardly a book worth stealing. Whoever wanted this book so badly had a strange fixation indeed.
So what do we do now?
The elemental traces are very faint, but I can tell that the thief took it beyond the city walls. You must see it too, right, cutie? Let's follow the trail and have a look where our thief was headed, shall we?
I just pulled the wings off a butterfly. How dare I? Testing. There we go. Yeah, I might end the stream because of the lag, but should have closed the game while I was chilling, but it takes so fucking long to load.
survival expert of the Adventurers Guild. Nice to meet you.
The elemental traces are strong here, but it seems our thief did not stay for long. The trail keeps going. Let's keep looking.
How the hell would I know to go up there?
It's further than I thought. Quite the intrepid explorer, our little thief.
Maybe we frightened the turtle back inside his shell.
Is this an answer from this world?
It must be nearby. Using elemental sight, you can even detect magic. Follow the flow of magic to find the book.
That's new.
The thief lives inside ruins? Mondstadt people do have some strange quirks.
Please do not jump to such a preposterous conclusion about the living habits of Mondstadt's residents. This seems far more likely to be the work of some none-too-friendly troublemakers.
The Adventurers Guild?
It's not unlike them, in the sense that they are known for darting around amongst underground ruins. But adventurers do not typically take others' belongings. Well, not from the living, anyway. This is more likely to be the Abyss Order's doing. They do seem to have a way of slipping in and out of places like ghosts, after all. Also, there's an elemental seal at the entrance. It looks like the result of an Abyss mage's magic.
A seal? How are we gonna break it? Is this gonna turn into another huge ordeal?
Not to worry. If you think a little magic can keep me out, think again.
Why is that?
Jesus Christ. So I'm gonna blow the fucking cave up.
Come on.
What? So this is what Lisa's like when she's hard at work.
Recommended party level 19? What's going on here? Oh, I didn't get the new guy.
It's so much bigger in here than Paimon thought. Do we really have to go all the way inside?
Alright.
If you borrow a book, you have to return it. There will be no exceptions.
I fell off the cliff. Oh, is that lasers? What the fuck was that? Death? That's not fun.
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Hit! Hup. Hit. Oh, my. Come a little closer. You're in. Don't be such a brute. Come a little closer. You've been a naughty boy. Hit, ha, hit, ha. Hit. You're in for a little shock. Hit. I'm a bit rusty.
Wind blade.
Get him! Go, Barrett Bunny! That's more like it. Get him! Go, Barrett Bunny! No one escapes my sights!
You're in for a little shock. Surrender and I'll be gentle.
Get him! Hey, look! It's an abyss maid! Lisa was spot on!
With the wind!
How did you find this place? It's so well hidden!
I have no interest in finding out where you little rascals hide yourselves away, but I do want my book back. Tell me, how is it that you have the time to conceal your stronghold and apply a magic seal, but not to sign out a library book in the proper manner? You have no respect whatsoever for other people's work.
You just want the book? I was unaware that anyone in Mondstadt was concerned with unearthing the secret hidden inside this book. Who are you?
The librarian, although I believe that should be quite clear already. Return the book. This is an ultimatum.
Since you insist on concealing your identity, I have all the less reason to give you that book. After all, it contains the secret.
Alright.
Huh? What are you doing? Such concentrated elemental power! Please don't!
Lisa is terrifying.
Naughty boys who don't do what they're told need a little punishment to keep them in line.
A little?
This is why I call it troublesome work. We'll just need to find the book ourselves. It should be around here somewhere.
Yeah, great. Fun.
It's the Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies. Paimon remembers that name. Is this the one you were looking for?
That's the one. It's a good thing it isn't damaged. Otherwise...
Otherwise what? Are you telling me you have even more crazy punishments up your sleeve?
I would have probably have needed to dish out a little taste of one of my potions in that case. Then again, as I said, it isn't from the restricted section, which is the only reason I would let the average citizen borrow it in the first place. And it doesn't appear to have any abnormal elemental properties, save for the markings I put on it.
Yeah, it seems like just an average storybook.
Not mysterious, I'm so curious.
As far as my duties as a librarian go, my troublesome work is finished. Since this book has piqued your interest, why don't I let you borrow it?
What's the, due date?
There's no time limit for you. I will register you as custodian rather than borrower.
Oh.
This is an exclusive privilege reserved for trusted citizens only.
Exclusive privilege? Why does Paimon feel this is just your sneaky way of offloading your troublesome work onto someone else?
Excuse me. Are you in some way dissatisfied with my work?
No, ma'am.
Good. You're amenable to reason then. I do wish I could keep you by my side as my personal assistant. My work here is done. I'm going back. Don't forget to register at the library when you have a spare moment.
Alright, I gotta read that book, or I'm gonna forget about it, but that'll probably be the last thing I do today. I'm back where I started. Go gadget book. Oh, I should check these other things out sometime. That's a lot of books. No, do you need all the volumes, you think, for the fucking secret? In the distant past, the Night Mother ruled over the faraway land of night. Here no light touched the earth, nor did a single tree grow, and there was no life here but the horrendous denizens of the dark. Night Mother was the source of all sins, and the land of night was the embodiment of her evilness. Cruel Night Mother, who had neither heart nor mouth, was always watching the land of night, and her punishments were always unexpected. The only thing she could not bear was the occasional ray of moonlight that made it through the clouds. Light that penetrated the walls of darkness always irritated her. The Moonlight Forest was the only place free from the rule of the Night Mother. Only there could people bask in the bright moonlight and enjoy the grace it brought to the living. Everyone in the kingdom of the Moonlight Forest was born with fair skin, light-colored hair, and bright blue eyes. Perhaps the constant lack of sunlight and the nourishment of the moonlight was the reason for their beauty, giving them an appearance different from the aberrant creatures lurking at the edge of the forest. That don't really tell me nothing. How far does this go? Why can't I scroll? Ah! This is from the mobile version. Okay. Okay. Alright, well fuck it. My computer's too hot anyway, so I'm gonna call it quits there. Aloha everyone. And thanks for showing up if you did.